Computerized Start is brought to you by my awesome patrons on Patreon, and by your tips and memberships on Ko-fi. These and other channel supporters make my live streams possible. You too can become a channel supporter with tiers starting at just $1. And as always, thank you for all your support, including sharing, chatting, liking, and subscribing. Now roll that famous logo animation! Good evening, and welcome back to Computerized Start Live. I am your host, Justin D. Morgan, and it would appear as if I forgot to pay my light bill. Bad, webcam, bad. No cookie for you. Oh, no. Come on. I know you can do it. Do it. Do it. Do it. Ah, stupid webcam. Alright, well, let's at least go to, there we go. At least you can see I am live, and you all can stop telling me that I got a black screen, because I know it. The webcam's being very stupid. It's probably OBS's fault. Let me see if I can find where the webcam plugs into the extender cable, because it looks like I'm going to have to unplug the webcam. Let's see here. That should be right here. No, there we go. So this is what we don't want to have to do live on YouTube. We unplug the webcam, and I did not hear a badoop. And I'm going to plug it in. And yeah, that's lovely. Huh. I think my webcam is misbehaving. That's great. Yeah. Yeah, no badoop, which means the webcam is, like, really not cooperating. Yeah, it's like it's like a webcam that's got a ring light on it. The ring light works. Alright, well. Hi Jeremy, long time no see. I don't know why I would check the other end on the computer, because it's not like I've unplugged it or anything. And it is getting power. So I do know it is plugged in, because the ring light works. Yeah, it's just Windows is, like, not detecting it. No new notifications. That's lovely. No, it's a webcam that is about to get yeeted to the sun. It is not an Anchor device. Oh, well, Discord's detecting the microphone in my webcam. I couldn't tell you why we're having camera issues, other than, I don't know, I'm looking at the Windows system log. Well, I guess I will walk around the desk. I don't know what that's going to accomplish, because the webcam is getting power, and Windows is detecting the microphone in it, but not the webcam portion. Yep, it is quite clearly plugged in. Huh. Well, I guess we're just going to have to ignore the webcam, because Yeah, I don't think Windows is... Yeah, there's nothing in the event log. Alright, manage... Is it even showing up in Device Manager? Cameras, USB live camera. Properties. This device is working properly. No, it's not working. Oh, wait a minute. I got two. Okay, so I have the camera and microscope. Windows sees it. All right, let me try one last time to deactivate it and activate it in OBS. Deactivate. Activate. There we go. There we go. Now we got webcam. This live stream is being brought to you by technical difficulties. Technical difficulties when you least want them to appear. All right, and who do we have in the chat that is putting up with technical difficulties tonight? We have Frank S. Hi, Frank. We have SadMac356. Hi, SadMac. We have Foxhound477. Hi, Foxhound. We have KMac Vintage. Hi, Will. We have 0.5. Hi, 0.5. We have Gut Bomb. Hi, Jason. We have Jeremy's Vintage Hillbilly Shack. Hi, Jeremy. We have Trina's Technobabble. Hi, Trina. You might have recognized the box I had on my bench. We have Mike at Mike's Future Retro. Hi, Mike. We have... Yes, all right. That is everyone. All right, well, we have the coffee tip jar there, which may end up going for a new webcam. Link is in the video description. And without further ado, let's go to things I have bought from you all, but not on eBay. And we have this lovely box that has come from the great land of Canada, which Canada probably hates it when we say it that way, but yes, the land that gave us Tim Hortons, and we bought Tim Hortons, and that was probably a travesty. But anyways, moving along. We have bubble wrap. Yay! And we have technical goodies in here. Yeah. Yes. So what do we have in here? We have one shiny brick. We have two shiny bricks. We have three shiny bricks. And we have two devices with wires coming out of them. And I'm sure Customs had to wonder what in the world this was. Unless they looked at who sent it, then they were like, oh, it's got to be computer parts. So let me see here. Why can I... Yeah, Trina says, I know what's in that box. Yes. So we have, as you can probably tell, Gupum says, I am running the Apple Intelligence Beta on my phone, and the YouTube notification summary that AI generated for your stream tonight says, Apple clone close to working. Wow. Great. And my webcam was like, I don't want my video quality to be replicated by AI because I'm a bad webcam. Frank S. says it doesn't look like Trident cards. Well, the night is young, Frank. The night is young. At least on the East Coast. Or, well, maybe younger on the West Coast. I don't know. So, we have a power supply. And not just any power supply, we have an A-open power supply. 300 watts, and there's something neat about this power supply, other than it's got a ball bearing fan with noise controller. And a warning sticker over the voltage select or something there. Anyways, why is this a interesting power supply? Well, this ATX power supply is actually, I believe, an ATX 1.0 power supply. Notice the P2 connector. So there's your 20-pin ATX, but then this power connector, I think, supplies 3.3 volts. Trina says, didn't notice the goop on it. No worries. That is why I have the power of goop be gone. There we go. See? No more goop. Maybe Customs opened the package and that was the Tim Hortons that the Customs official was drinking. Anyways, there we go. See, goop is now gone. So what does the P2 connector do? That is a good question. I'm not entirely sure, but I believe it was primarily for providing 3.3 volts power to PCI slots when I think the ATX designers thought that 3.3 volts PCI cards are going to sweep the industry and draw so much power, we need an extra power connector. So, yeah. Trina says, might have been the coffee I was drinking when packing it up. Anyways, I bought not one, but two of those power supplies. Because I don't see them listed very often, and I have at least one motherboard that can use a ATX 1.0 power supply, so Trina was selling them at the bargain price of 30 Canadian, which I think you can like buy a Starbucks or two for 30 Canadian. Instead, I bought a power instead of a Starbucks or two, I bought power supplies. Yeah, I think they are new. Because no one's removed the warning stickers, they're all intact. I think I think they're like lightly used. There is like a little bit of a hint of use. This one looks like there might be a little dust. Actually, this one, though, I can't hardly tell. Trina says, they came out of machines I saved from work. So these probably were used in a very clean environment. Anyways, so I got two ATX 1.0 power supplies. $30 Canadian each. So, very good. We'll set these to the side. And now for the shiny bricks here. Mike says, future, certified pre-owned. Yeah, Jeremy says 300 watts. Well, it's better than 250 watts. In fact, I think a lot of vintage computers draw less power than we thought they did. So, these other three items, I offered Trina $10 Canadian a piece for. Which I think is about what I'd previously offered for a similar item, so. Anyways, we have a couple of hard drives. So the first hard drive is a Seagate Barracuda ATA drive. Capcom says my 98 PC has a 230 watt power supply and it's just fine. Yeah. So we have a Barracuda ATA drive. 80 gigabytes. And it's ATA. And it even has the shield over the board. Classic Seagate. So there we go. Drive number 1. Mike's Future Retro. I was looking for a 250 to 300 watt power supply for a Celeron board. Can't find anything under 500 to 600 watts at Micro Center. Yeah. Well, I think that is because new computers need a 500 to 600 watt power supply. Pretty much. Now, granted, I am generalizing. Because if you don't have a graphics card, then you can probably get away with less. But if you put a dedicated graphics card in it, and you have any decent amount of CPU in it, you pretty much need a higher wattage power supply. In fact, Micro Center might stock only the larger power supplies, just so they don't get returns from people that buy one that's too small for their computer. So, next we have I believe this is a 6.4 gigabyte Mac store, or 6 gigabyte Mac store, that has an Apple logo on it. Yay! So I think this one I'm going to put in my Power Mac G3. Because it's close to the size I was looking for. So there we go. That's drive number 2. Hi, Retro Techie, who wants to make a power supply entirely of 9-volt batteries. Well, I hope that Canada Tire sells 9-volt batteries in large bulk lots that are affordably priced. And we have Thomas Armstrong. Hi, Thomas. Gupbum says, my dad had our Game Boy hooked up to a lantern battery when I was a kid. It was very janky. I bet so. Thomas says, cheapest 9 volts are on Amazon. And we have Francois. Hi, Francois. Okay, the Celeron and Athlon boards run fine with 300 watts. Celeron machine is out of service waiting for a power supply. Athlon board is running on my Open Media Vault server. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of computers that can run on 300 watts, but something tells me Micro Center stocks larger power supplies, possibly just to save returns. Or it's they can charge more for a power supply. And lastly, we have a 120 gigabyte Seagate Barracuda hard drive. Interestingly enough, without the metal shield, because I guess Seagate wanted to sell more hard drives from ESD discharge. So, yay! Alright. And, Mike, you might check out Trina's web store. And don't let shipping from Canada scare you, because I looked at the postage label, and I think actual shipping on these 3 hard drives and 2 power supplies from Canada was like 43 Canadian dollars. So you can quite possibly get a power supply or 2 from Trina, and you're not going to pay a lot of... Mike says I'll have to get out my Canada to American power wattage chart. Out. Yeah. Alright, so thanks, Trina, for the good deal on the hard drives and the power supplies. I am going to set them to the side, and you'll see them on some future adventures. Yeah, so... Yeah, basically, I figured it out, and I helped Trina out, and I think I realized that I probably still spent less than I would have buying that on eBay from US sellers by helping Trina out instead. So, yeah, you can check out Trina's web store, computerswithpride.ca, and maybe you might find the part you need for your next build. So, Yes, and now, I'm sure it's for the segment that everyone has been waiting on. What time could it be?
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for our favorite segment, Wheel of Regrets. Here's your host, Justin D. Morgan.
Hey, who comes up with these titles anyway?
Yes, it is time for Wheel of Regrets. And starting us off with Wheel of Regrets, we have this long box. Yeah, Francois says time to wake up the neighbors. Sad Max like, Wheel of Regrets. Mike's Let's Fix Apple II clones. We will get to the Apple II clone very shortly. I want to get through Wheel of Regrets. I have a couple items. We're not going to test them. Frank has guessed it's Trident cards. Thomas says, I got an eBay regret the other day. Well, I got this one the other day. I'm hoping Gut Bomb is out there. Gut Bomb says, if there's a Vic 20 in there. No, Gut Bomb. I declared that I was not going to buy any more Vic 20s from eBay. For at least the immediate short term. And what do we have in here? Thomas Armstrong's guessing a Commodore 128. Well, we have... we have bubble wrap and newsprint. And we have some more newsprint. Let's see here. Oh, there we go. We got the, Black Cats back to square one on offense. Jefferson County leader. Marshall's store coming to Twin City Plaza. Oh, there's a new Marshall's coming soon. Cool. Look at this. Thursday, August 17th. Oh, 2023. Okay, old news. Well, we can toss that to the side. Gut Bomb's probably like, okay, I know Justin's stalling for time now. Jamie! Hi, Jamie! We got Jamie's Hack Shack here's guessing 2 Vic 20s. I believe that I can safely say that my claim that I'm not buying any more Vic 20s still stands. Where did I buy the green handle for my knife? Amazon. The place where I buy everything that I don't want to be a regret, but it still sometimes is. And we have a hyphen 20. And that's my story, and I'm sticking to it. Capom says that counts as a Vic 20. But there's no Vic chip in it. Look. See? No Vic 20. Therefore, it's a hyphen 20. I mean, look at this. It's got no ROMs. It has no processor. It has no character. It has no... It has no CIAs. It's like... SRAMs and common logic chips. Now, you're probably... Thomas Armstrong says, easy to fix. Now, you're probably wondering why in the world I bought this thing, and I don't remember how much I paid for it. I might see if I can take Rudy up on his offer to send me a Vic chip, because I would like to resurrect this so that I can turn it into a ZIF 20 for testing chips. See, there's why I bought this, but I need a Vic 20 chip because I don't want any spare Vic 20 chips. I paid $19.99 plus shipping for this. Oh, they even removed the fuse. That's nice. It's like, can we remove everything socketed and sell it separately? Yeah, that's probably what they did. Anyways, the other reason why I bought this is I got a Vic 20 with a bad switch. Okay, well, at least the switch seems to work. So, I'm probably going to steal the switch off of this one and at least repair my VIC-20 with a bad switch with this switch, and I'll figure some other way of being able to turn the ZIF-20 on and off. Retro Techie says you paid $19 too much. Yeah, Foxhound says it's an empty board. 0.5, no fuse. Jeremy says whatever you paid for that, you paid too much. Trina says that connector in the upper right looks way too dirty. Gutbum says, man, that's a VIC 0. Wait, is Tom Barber here? Oh, Gutbum says Tom Barber has my VIC-20. Yeah. Yeah, I probably paid too much for it, but I needed a switch. And if I was going to steal a switch from one, I didn't want to steal a switch from one that worked. So anyways, we can't test this. Moving along. Because, yeah, I guess I did effectively break my... Well, no, I'm going to stick to it. It's a VIC 0. Therefore, I did not buy another VIC-20. Alright, next up on Wheel of Regrets. This might make up for the VIC-20 catastrophe. Retro Techie says, I got my last VIC-20s for $40 Canadian total, and they work, and one is complete in box. Okay, that's a good deal. Thomas Armstrong says, I got my VIC-20 for $2.50 Canadian at the thrift store and at work. Yeah, around here, if it gets donated to, like, Goodwill, it goes to Goodwill auctions online and gets bid up, so... Thrift stores hardly get VIC-20s these days. Around here, at least. So, the next item up on Wheel of Regrets, this is the item that I alluded to last week. So... I know, it's not even a Trident card, so yeah, you can let me know what you think about that in the comments. Yeah, they don't have SE30s in thrift shops around here either, because if those go to Goodwill, those go to Goodwill online and get bid up. So, you're probably thinking this is an ATI card. Yeah, and Retro Techie's asking, is this a 4090? If I change the model number, it's a 4090. I mean, it is a part number 109-49800-10. It is Canadian, Retro Techie. It is Canadian. Oh, that says made in China. Never mind. Okay. I mean, it complies with Canadian something or other Class B. So there we go. See? They tested it for Canadian things. So, how much did I pay for this video card? Well, the answer is nothing. This is the video card that came with the DVD decoder card, but the DVD decoder card wasn't in the box, and the seller couldn't find it. So, they told me, we'll send you a label and you can send it back. Well, they sent me the label on Friday. I didn't think to look at the label until I printed it on Sunday. Put it in the mail Monday, and the label they had generated was from them to me. So if I had stuck it in the mail, it was going to come right back to me and cost them like $8. So I let them know, hey, I just printed the label and it's wrong. Can you send me another one? And he was like, I just refunded you. You can donate it or use it or whatever. So anyways, so if I don't already have one of these cards, I will hold on to it for the short term. If I already have one, well, it may be in a free pile at some VCF event in the future, so you can look for it. Anyways, yeah, so that's the resolution of the attempt to buy a DVD decoder card that had the ribbon cable for the AMC connector. They couldn't find the DVD decoder card. Justin DVD Morgan is sad. Yeah, it is a nice card. It's nice and clean, and it probably works. I mean, it's a Rage Pro Turbo AGP. So when this came out, it wasn't too shabby. So, yeah. So, Yeah, yeah. At least this won't sag in the system, unlike 4090s. Can it play Crisis? No, it cannot play CRY-SIS. However, it will have a CRI-SIS if you try to play CRY-SIS. So maybe it does play Crisis. All right, and finally, last but not least, in Wheel of Regrets, and we're not testing this either because I want to get to the Apple II clone. We have, hate to say it's not a Trident sound card. I have some on my watch list. Retro Techie says, I was told there wouldn't be a spelling test on this stream. No, there's no spelling test. We have a very dusty Sound Blaster 16. Now you're probably wondering why in the world I would bother buying a card like this when I probably have at least one or two more Sound Blaster 16s. And I will let the eagle-eyed among you maybe, Gutbomb says, I know why. I think Gutbomb sees what I saw. Gutbomb says, that is a cool card. Yes. I will zoom in a little bit. See if anyone else notices what Gutbomb noticed. I'll give you a hint. Alright, hopefully the, there, that was your hint. No, the SCSI's nice. It is, yes, it is the CT1770, which is the Sound Blaster 16 SCSI. The Adaptec SCSI chip is nice. The dust around it is not so nice. The SCSI connector has taken a little bit of an impact, but I can probably bend that back into shape. Thomas Armstrong says DSP. Yes. Note that on a normal Sound Blaster 16 card, actually, I think it's an ASP. I think the DSP is always on the card. Notice there's no socket here. It might. Let me see if I can remember what I did with the other Sound Blaster 16 card I have. It'll make it a bit more obvious. Set it right there. There we go. So, here's another Sound Blaster 16 card for comparison. So this is just a Sound Blaster 16. Note how there's the DSP and the chip and whatnot. And I think this one's for a Mitsumi or interface or something like that. It's not IDE. I think it's Panasonic. It's Panasonic or Mitsumi. I don't remember which. Note how this card actually has the ASP on it. Yes, it also has the real OPL chip, as Gutbomb has noticed. Yes. In fact, both of these do. But yeah, right there is the real OPL3 chip. In fact, actually, I think both of these cards have the same components up to the actual drive connector. But yeah, the most important thing was I saw this and I realized that's the card I've been looking for. I've been looking for one that has this chip on it. I tried to buy one earlier this year and the seller got cards mixed up and the card that had the chip in the socket went to the wrong person and they didn't want to return it because it was a better card. Which is actually how I got that Sound Blaster 16 card. The seller and I worked the deal. But yeah, so the SCSI's not bootable, so I won't be able to use this in a system where I want to boot SCSI. But that's not to say I couldn't use it for Blue SCSI and CD-ROM emulation. But anyways, yeah, I'd been looking for one of these so I could try the supported applications, which aren't many, but anyways, yeah. Eventually, Creative started putting a socket instead of the chip on the card. But this is apparently one of the early ones. because it's actually soldered. The slightly later ones, I think, have the chip in the socket, and then basically they went to just a socket. Oh, hi, Eric. Welcome. Can this play Crysis? Actually, it might be able to play Crysis. The sound, at least. However, there is one other thing about this card that does make it nice. Given the fact that this chip was soldered, I could not read this chip on the auction photos. But given the fact this chip was soldered, I was fairly sure I would find that. The CT1741 chip. Oh, I think actually this might actually be the DSP. V405. No hanging note bug. Yes. However, I think the amplifier is probably going to be one that's not as quiet as some of the other cards. But I don't know. I don't remember which chip to look at for its version. I think it's this one here with the label on it. But yeah, Gutbomb says this is the Sound Blaster 16 you want. Yeah. So this is what I'd been looking for. So if yeah, don't be surprised if my other Sound Blaster 16 appears on eBay. Because this is probably the Sound Blaster 16 I want to keep. Because it's scuzzy. And has that chip and no hanging note bug. Yeah, Foxhound says that's a nice looking board. Looks like it's in good shape and no broken traces. Yeah. I'm pretty sure it's just dusty. This one looks like, I mean, it does look like it got bumped there, but it doesn't look like it got, like, thrown around. Honestly, it wouldn't be surprise me if this broke if someone was trying to remove a drive or something and didn't realize they had to pull the card first. Good night, Frank. Anyways, so that's it for Wheel of Regrets. Tune in next time when I might admit to buying a virtual free table item from Retrotech Chris. Maybe, just maybe. Nudge, nudge, wink, wink. All right. We have Retrotech Chris confirming it went out in the mail today. Yes. So I happened to see Chris's post on Twitter about his virtual free table, and I was looking at everything, and I realized that. Let me see if I can switch to Justin Cam. If you can. Oh no, I think I've put stuff in front of it. Let me see here if I can, like. Yeah, I got a pile of boxes that are slowly going upstairs. Alright, so if you see this case right. Nope. Oh no, you can't see it because it's behind the Sun. Yeah, I was about to say it's that case there, but that's the Sun workstation. It's the case behind it. Anyways, yeah. Anyways, the case behind the Sun workstation. Whoops. Didn't mean to go to Wheel of Regrets there. Let me hold on. I got to alright. I forgot to turn off Wheel of Regrets after I played, so hold please. There we go. But yeah, I was looking at Chris's virtual free table, and he by the time I got there, he had a USB 2.0 card and a power supply and a CD-ROM drive. Well, I didn't need the CD-ROM drives because I have a bunch of drives I got at the swap meet, so it was like, okay, well, I'll leave that there for someone else. And I didn't need the USB 2 card because, well, I got enough expansion cards. But I was like, wait a minute, that power supply looks familiar. and I realized it was the power supply that would have shipped with the case that I have sitting behind the Sun workstation. Chris says, all that's left is the CD-ROM now. Someone picked up the USB card. So, yeah, if you need a 48-speed CD-ROM drive, you can go check Chris's virtual free table out on eBay. The buy it now price is $99. 99 cents plus shipping. No joke. But yeah, that power supply, Chris, is the one that belongs to the case that I have. That is for my second PC rebuild project. So, my second PC rebuild project will have a little bit of the virtual free table in it. Much appreciated, Chris. It will make up for some of the other things I bought for my second PC rebuild that did not come from a virtual free table. Bill has a whole box of ATX power supplies. Excellent. Don't know if... I've gotten a couple subscribers tonight. That's really cool. So, welcome if you are a new subscriber. Alright, so, this is not computer. Although, I'm probably thinking I should show off computer. Because, as I threatened to do last week, I said I was probably going to put computer through the ultrasonic cleaner over the weekend so that it would be clean and dry for tonight's stream. And I give you computer, the motherboard. Look at how nice this board cleaned up in the ultrasonic cleaner. Now, granted, I took a Q-tip with isopropyl alcohol under the sockets before putting the new sockets in. But look at how the rest of the board looks so nice now. And the chips. Any corrosion that was on the top of these chips? So nice. And Thomas Armstrong says yellow trim makes it faster. Yes. And the bottom side of the board, look at that. It looks so nice. It is just so clean that if it wasn't for the fact it's lead-based solder, you could almost eat off of it. But don't eat off of a motherboard. That's just disgusting. Do not attempt at home. Statement made for alliterative purposes only. All YouTube disclaimers have now been stated. But look at that. I pulled the RAM out for a reason. Anyways. This is computer. I know. It looks brand new. And all these sockets. These sockets are like... Okay, let's set computer to the side for the moment. Because there's a reason why I pulled another Apple II clone board out. And it will become apparently clear here in a moment. So... tried to test computer at the end of last stream, and it was acting like there's a memory problem. The memory test was crashing almost immediately. So I pulled out my other Apple II clone board, and I started running RAM tests. So anyways, we are going to test all of the 4116s I have in computer, and we're going to make sure that they're all good. Now, I have a known good... No, I believe these are the RAM chips that I had in computer when it failed the last time. But we're going to test the original ones as well, because I'd like to put the original RAM back in at some moment. Francois says, the stunt is realized by a professional. Yeah. Professional computer user, closed basement, do not attempt. All right. Oh, also, you probably noticed that I put my Apple II power supply back together. Yes, last night I recapped this power supply so that I could put the cover back on so that I didn't get anyone wondering why it was open frame. So yeah, anyways, I now have my note that this power supply was recapped yesterday. So there we go. This is the power supply from my Apple IIe Platinum. None of the capacitors were leaking. However, a couple of them were actually failing. So, oh, Trina's asking, wait, are you going to run MemTest? It is not MemTest, but it is MemTest. Let's take a look at what I'm going to run. I can turn the power supply on. And here we go. It's actually dead test. Alright, later, Foxhound. So this is actually Adrian Black's diagnostic ROM for the Apple II. And the way I'm running it, because if you'll notice, I have no ROMs in this clone board. I actually need to make some. I have the character ROM in, but none of the ROMs. So this is an Apple ROM card that I have configured for using a 2716. And that is the F8 ROM position. And so this is the dead test ROM. And these boards normally have a switch, but the switch was broken on this one. So I've actually hardwired this board to take over and run its ROM in place of the system ROMs. So actually, if I powered this board up without this board in it, it would do nothing because there's no ROMs in it. So anyways, yeah, Thomas says, my MemTest runs every time I wake up. Yeah. So anyways, so this is basically what... now, I only have 32K of RAM in this, so it actually runs fairly quickly, although 48's not that much more. So basically, it's doing a long march test, which is the best kind of memory test. And it will go through... So I think when you first power it up, it does the 0-page test, so that it can then use the 0-page. And then it just cycles, and it gives you the lovely patterns on the screen. I think that's a result of it running its test, because it's in like mixed graphics text mode, which I think's how mode it needs to run in to test all the RAM. And then it gives you a summary. So here we go. There's no bad RAM. As you can see, it's not flagging anything. Now, I was going to... I'm going to pull this RAM out and put another set in. But just to show you what it would look like if there was a memory error, I am going to pull a random chip out from the second bank. I'm just going to pull the first one out that wants to come out of the socket. And I don't want to do the first bank because then the 0-page will be bad. But anyways... So, 0-page is fine. Anyways, I don't have a speaker plugged in. Otherwise, we would hear a beep. I don't have a spare speaker handy that's not, attached to the case it's in. Because I think when it finds bad memory, it'll actually start to beep. But anyways, just to kind of demonstrate what it would do if there's bad RAM, I'll let it run, and when it gets to the summary page, it should actually show us that I think it's going to be bit 7 is bad, because that's which memory chip I pulled. And it should be in the second bank of 16K. And we should be about done with the loop. Any day now. Oh, interesting. Maybe it doesn't show the summary screen if it fails. Oh, there we go. So if we have a bad bit, that's what it's going to look like. So you can see we have bit 7's bad in pages 4, 5, 6, and 7. So anyways, that's what we want to watch out for when we run the MemTest, is any bad bits. Now, I'm going to go ahead and swap out all of these memory chips. Or actually, you know what I'll do? I'll pull these out. And then maybe what I should do is swap some in from computer. I'm tempted to leave the... I'm torn. I could test memory faster if I remove the 16K out of bank. The first bank, but it would be hard to troubleshoot the... Alright, I'm going to leave these RAM chips in. That way I know I have a good zero page. Since I don't have a speaker to plug into it. Oh, hi, Mofus. Welcome. Alright, so I'm going to take the memory chips that were in computer when I ran it through the ultrasonic cleaner, and I'm going to put it in this clone board. And I may have already noticed a problem with one of them. Interestingly enough. Or maybe not. I thought the pins were splayed out a bit far on that chip, but maybe not. I believe these memory chips are largely the original ones that were in computer when I got it. However, I've had a couple of those memory chips fail. So if you're noticing that these all look like NEC chips, although I'm not zoomed in far enough to maybe see that they're NEC, you will notice that I do have a few Motorola chips mixed in, because I did have a few bad chips, including one where the leg fell off. And I'm not that desperate for 4116s at this immediate moment to go try to solder a leg back onto it. I have enough 4116s that I think I can give both computer and this Apple II clone board a full complement of 48K of RAM, and hopefully still have a few left over. But since I don't have a case to put this other clone board in, I'm not going to populate it with RAM. Although I did notice a... Yeah. Oh! Thank you. Yeah. Yeah, I'm working on an Apple II clone board right now. Well, I'm working on an Apple II clone board by using another Apple II clone board that is working to make sure I have working RAM, so that then when I put the RAM back in the one I'm trying to troubleshoot, I know that the RAM chips are not causing the problem. Because I don't know that if the RAM is good or bad. But I will after letting Adrian Black's dead test ROM run a time or two. Because it's also possible that I've got a bad logic chip on computer. It's also possible I got a solder joint I didn't solder, but at least let me make sure the RAM is fine, and we'll go from there. So there is 32K of RAM from Oh, interesting. We have a 0-page error on bit. Ooh, interesting. And the thing is, I did not remove the... Oh, okay. I think I know which chip it was. So this is the bit, this chip pushed in some, so maybe I just didn't have it seated. If I still get that... Ooh, we still have a page error. Interesting. Okay, well, if I remove this chip... Okay, now this is interesting. I had to replace... Oh. I did have to replace this socket. All right, let me see what it does with that chip removed. Oh, I still have a 0-page error. Let's remove this chip. Interesting. All right, well, I'm going to set this chip to the side. Oh. Very interesting. This board is now doing what computer was doing. Very interesting. Hope I have marked tested chips. Well, I will have to mark them at some point. All right, so... I've got them set out in a way that I know which are tested and which are not. So I know this AMD chip that I'm putting here is tested. So I've tested these. These are AMD chips. And I've tested that one. That's an AMD chip. The non-AMD chips are the ones that I'm trying to test. So they're marked in the fact that the AMD chips... Interesting. Very interesting. So I had a problem. All right, let's try this. Okay, so I'm going to remove this row of chips here. So, and I'm not going to put them on my anti-static foam. That way I know they're untested. Because this board is doing the same thing computer was doing on Thursday, where the test was crashing. And the only thing that's in common is that I put the same RAM chips in the same spot on these two boards. And this socket here is probably needs replaced. So that would be ironic. Maybe not. Not the socket flexed. All right. Oh, hi, Callan. Welcome. Hola. We have a page error. Interesting. Did I unseat a chip? Is this NEC RAM? Maybe this original NEC RAM is actually bad? All right, I'm going to pull all this NEC RAM out. It got replaced because there was a suspicion it was bad, but when I did it, I didn't have this dead test ROM. In fact, Adrian hadn't even made the video on it. That was only several months later. So I wouldn't have been able to test these chips at the time. And then I thought the problem might be that there was other chips in computer that were bad. Do I have a full set of chips to make the system working? That's a good question. Oh, hi, Jesse. We have i8386SX in the house. Welcome. I probably do, but I'll have to dig through my box. So, all right. I removed the NEC memory, and we're good. Very interesting. Okay, let's put... Okay, so AMD memory is working. Okay, I've got an idea here. All right, I am going to take this chip out. And the reason why I'm picking this one is because there's not a capacitor there's not a capacitor here, so I don't have to worry about bending it. So I'm going to put that chip off to the side, and I'm going to one by one put these NEC memory chips into this position, because we can very quickly test if the chip is good or bad. I did notice something that looked a bit weird, so I'm going to let this run all the way through. If the chip is good, I'm going to find a pink anti-static bag to set it on off to the side. Only because that just happens to be the color of anti-static bag I found. And if they're bad... Alright, so that chip is fine. I'm just going to... And if they're bad, I'm going to put them in my bad pile to ultimately go in the bad chip bag. Alright. If the chip reports a 0-page fault right off the bat, then I won't let it run a cycle. Let me see if I can find where I put the bad chip bag for computer. Yeah, this is going to take a hot minute, but... So what I'll do is I'm just going to run through one cycle at most on these chips to screen them. And then once I get 8 of these chips that screen fine, I'm going to attempt to put them into the second bank and see what happens. And while I let that run, I'm going to see if I can grab the bad chip bag. Computer has its own bad chip bag. Okay, well, that one passed screening. Basically, so far, here's the bag of chips I have removed from computer. These are all bad. This does not include the ROM chip that I need to pull the label off of first before I put it in that bag. And that bag comprises not only of the original chips that were bad in computer, but if I put a replacement in and it went bad, it's also in the bag. How many chips do I have to test? Well, I need I need to find 24 good chips. But at the moment I'm going to I'm going to find 8 that pass in the 0 page, and then I'm going to populate the second bank and see what it does. Because I find it very odd that I would find it very odd that I had all those chips causing problems in banks 2 and 3, and they don't cause a problem in bank 1. Thomas Armstrong says I have backup 4116, 150 nanoseconds, and I'm hoarding them. Yeah, I've got some backup chips too. I think I've got some that aren't even up on my bench at the moment. Actually, I'm almost tempted that if I find 8 of these... Okay, so this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to find 8 of these that test fine in the 0 page. Or in bank 1. With 1 pass. And then I will put them in to bank 2 and let it run. I want to see that it doesn't cause a weird error. I may go to banks of 4 in a moment. The problem is where the capacitors are on this board. There's only like 2 of the memory chips I can really get off the board without like risking bending the capacitors down. So it makes it harder to test in a bank of 4. I think the method to my madness will be apparent here. Because the other thing is, if I can get some that I know work, then the other thing is I was going to put them in computer and see what happened. I just want to find 8 that it's really weird. Is it possible that I have some chips that are like not compatible with each other? Well, they're all 200 nanoseconds. Oh, wait, that's a 250 nanosecond one. Oh. Maybe... Maybe I have some 250 nanosecond chips mixed in that I didn't realize that I do. Well, that one doesn't even have a speed grade on it. Is it possible that... Okay, that one doesn't have a speed grade on it. Here, let me find... There we go. That's a 200 nanosecond one. Maybe the problem was that I have some mixed in that I didn't realize are mixed in. That maybe the chips are just too slow. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Actually, here's what I'm gonna do. This may come back to haunt me. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. So here's what I'm going to do, because I just realized I had some chips mixed in. Okay. So that one tested fine. The two I haven't tested, I'm just going to drop in bits position 7 and 3. And the reason I did that is it's the two that don't have capacitors in front of it, so I can remember which two those are. And then, so now this bank is all 200 nanosecond chips. Bank 1 is all 200 nanosecond chips. I pulled there's one that doesn't have a speed grade marked on it, and there's one that was marked 250 nanosecond. So I've got those setting to the side. Maybe the problem was two of the chips were just... Wait a minute. That one's... Ah! That one says -3. That's a... 2, 2, 2, 2, 2. Oh, hold on. Let me find one more, because that was a 300 nanosecond part. There we go. 200 nanosecond. All right. New theory. I have a chip that was just too much slower than the others. Oh, hold on. The astute among you probably are screaming that I forgot to put the AMD chip back in. Let me see if I can remember where I put it. Where did I put it? Yeah, I forgot to replace that chip. Oh, there it is. Oh, it's 3 a.m. where you are. There we go. Ah, maybe that's the problem. Maybe I just had some slower chips mixed in. Miss Armstrong saying this machine should work fine with 400 nanoseconds. What clock does this machine have? It's a little over a megahertz. I thought that the Apple said you need like 200 or 250 nanoseconds. Also, given the provenance of this computer or some of the chips in it, I can't guarantee those are actually 200 nanoseconds. All right, so that's a -2. I think that's a -2. And that's a -2. And then I got two NEC chips that were originally in computer. I can't read the mark on them. Let me let the memory test run. Okay, one. Okay, one has a very faint 2 on it, and the other doesn't even have a mark. Or, well, the marks come off the chip. All right, I think those are 2s. No, I may have missed the results. I'm trying to. So I got one that's 3, one 250. Okay, so I just pulled out the chips that aren't 200 nanoseconds. 400 nanoseconds should be able to do the job at 1 megahertz. However, the 6502 has 2 phases. So it may actually be effectively running the memory at 2 megahertz. Because there's phase 1 and phase 2, and I think depending on which phase you're in determines whether the video memory or the processor has access to the memory. So I think it's actually 2 megahertz effective. I'd have to go look at the Apple documentation. Oh, C080. C080. Ooh. Okay, C0 and 80. So that would indicate that this chip that I did not test is bad. That tracks. Wait a minute. That chip was... Alright, that chip is actually getting quite warm. Alright. Swap it out with one of these. Let's see, C0. So in order for it to be C, I'm going to have to pull out the calculator. If I can type calculator, programmer, hex, C0. So that is actually, that is actually indicating that this chip might, the chip right beside it might have been bad. Let me go ahead and run it again. Just to make sure it wasn't like a echo. Yeah, I think got our first bad memory chip there. I actually had to go to Walmart yesterday and I bought some paint markers. Because I got tired of marking chips and not being able to read the mark even minutes later. So I have, well, I bought a black and a white one because that was the cheapest package. I just wanted to see how well they worked before I bought a multi-pack that had different colors. So I put a question mark on the chip that I think might be bad, just so I don't get it mixed up. Thomas Armstrong says, I was in a wholesale store, had 20 tubes of 4116 TI parts for $10 per tube. Got them all. Nice. Those are C080. C0. Okay, so it looks like the chip I put in is also bad. I'll mark it with a question mark. And it also looks like that quite possibly the one beside it is also bad. Although I sure thought I tested it. So I will mark it with a C. Or the other one's with 8, so I remember which position they were in. Alright, so I'm going to take another 2 RAM chips. That are not tested yet. And alright. Okay. I think the Commodore 64 used 40 164s in the first revision. And I think Commodore went to 44 64s in the later revisions. Because the first revisions have 8 RAM chips, and then the later ones have 2. And 80. Yet another bad memory chip? Well, I guess it's possible. Alright. Try the last of the NEC chips that are marked 200. And that's interesting. With that RAM chip in, we get a 0-page error. Oh, there we go. Now it's gone. Maybe I pushed one of the chips back in. Hmm. That looked weird. I bet I still have a bad memory chip. What's the chance I have yet another? Almost. If this says that the bit in position 8's bad, I'm going to swap 2 of the chips and see if it moves. I find it hard to have 4 bad chips in a row. 5 bad chips in a row, especially since I went through 5 and they tested fine. Okay, yeah, there's another ads. Maybe I got a bad socket. Well, this board I don't. Well, maybe I got a bad socket. Oh. All right, let's try that. I think the test locked up. Okay, that is weird. All right. So if I remove this chip, which is actually the one I put in that caused the problem, and I turn it on. Okay. All right, so here's what I'm going to do. So I'm going to mark this as suspect. I'm going to take a known working chip and I'm going to put it here. So this one I know is working because I tested it. Known working chip. I mean, I won't say that this other clone board's not having problems with sockets too. I've had to replace a few, but whatever was wrong with that one RAM chip was causing problems in the next bank over. That's just really weird. All right, let's. So if this passes, then because I've actually run memory in this bank on this board at the a little while ago. There we okay. So interesting. So I think I've got. Okay. So here's what we've got right now. I've got 8 here that seem to be working. And I've got this one's working. So I'm going to take these 4 chips that are not marked 200 nanoseconds. And I'm going to go ahead and put them in bank 3. And to join them, because I'm going to take 4 known working chips and I'll put those in the other half. So these 4 chips I know work. These 4 chips I don't know. And maybe I should have staggered them, but then again. All right. Let's see what it does there. And then I guess maybe as a sanity check, I may take the 4 that failed in bank 2 and maybe give them one more chance with some deoxit just to make sure it wasn't like dirty contact. In the meantime, while this runs, I'm going to pull up the. See if I can pull up the Apple II spec. Mainly, the thing is, I don't remember if it's a. Oh. Well, that looks like that all worked. So maybe it is 400 nanoseconds. I couldn't remember if the. The thing is, I can't remember is if the memory is effectively accessed at 1 or 2 megahertz, which is why I was trying to find the spec, but I don't remember which book it's in. Here we go. I think it's in the Apple II circuit description. I'm going to let this run another cycle. Let's see here. Memory. Clock generator. Let's see. Memory. Here we go. Memory subsystem. Page 41. All right. Read cycle, write cycle, blah, blah, blah. Memory multiplexing. Refresh. Oh, well, that's convenient. Oh, I think that's in the CPU. Let me go to the index in the back of the book. If I can find it. Memory. $41. I'll probably find it later. Okay. I think the memory I've got in here is working fine. 2 megahertz has a 500 nanosec. Oh. I don't. Okay. Maybe the RAM is fine. It just bugs me when I got a mismatch of chips. Oh, I realized this clone board had 300 nanosecond chips in it when I got it from eBay. Although eBay is not an authoritative source when it comes to matters like that. Okay, so I'm going to take these 4 known working chips out. And I am going to replace them with the question mark chips that I have setting over here, other than the one that causes the stack page error. Because I just want to confirm that they're actually bad. Because what I'm going to do is contact cleaner and then insert the chip. That way, if there's any thing on the chip legs, then hopefully it'll make better contact. I just want to give it one last chance, just in case it was bad contact. But something tells me these chips are probably bad. If I can get them in the socket. There we go. Okay, there's that one. And now, the one that was causing stack page errors, even though it was in a different bank, is going straight into the bad chip bag because I'm pretty sure it's bad. Alright, so anyways, there's the one that caused a error in a different bank. Okay, so these are the 4 question mark ones. If they fail again, then they are going to be deemed bad and also join their other bad chip brethren in here, including an NEC memory chip that a leg fell off of it. Probably due to corrosion. Alright, while this runs, I think I've got a couple more 4116s. Let me see if I can locate them in my box here. If I can remember what I did with them. No, maybe they're not in there. Hold on, maybe that's what's in there. Oh. No. I'm trying to remember what I did with the... I bought some Apple II parts on eBay, and that's where those chips are going to be, is with the rest of those Apple II parts. I'm trying to remember what I did with them. Oh, 05, 05, 05, 05. Interesting. So that is going to be 05. That means I got bits 1 and... Has low resistance online, then it can cause an error on different memory area. Yeah. Okay. So, if I was reading those failed bits correctly, it's going to be this one and this one. So let me replace those two with known good chips. And we'll try again. Okay. So the two that I just pulled out, that they were ones that tested bad, and I just wanted to double check. They're both marked 200 nanoseconds. They're NEC chips. And oh, wait a minute. I just realized one of them had a bent pin, which may explain the entire reason it was testing bad. Unfortunately, the other one I pulled out didn't have a bent pin. Oh, hey, Alexander, welcome. I am doing the RAM test thing, and I just dropped something, and I don't know what I dropped. And I bent a pin on one of the chips. Okay, well, let's put this chip back in now that I have unbent the leg. And let's see if maybe it works. If I can get it in the socket. All right. Did I? Yes, I think I got it in the socket. All right. So I believe I have. Interestingly enough, okay. Oh, I know what I draw. It must be the bad RAM chip. I must have. That must be what I knocked off the bench. I'll have to find it later. You would think that I would be able to. Oh, there it is. I see it. No, that's just a socket. Never mind. Huh. All right. Well, I guess I'll have to find it later. It went somewhere for a ride and probably went bouncing across the floor. So, interestingly enough, I have 3 chips that were testing bad and now they're testing fine. And I've got one that was testing bad and was still testing bad, and then one that tested so bad that I knew not to even try it again. So I was actually quite honest expecting all of the memory chips that tested bad to keep testing bad. I'll let it go through another cycle, and if it still works, I guess I'll use the chips for now. Okay, that is bugging me where that chip fell because I'm trying to keep all the chips that went with computer. Oh, I see it. There it is. Oh, its chip legs are magnetic. That's not. Wait a minute. I didn't think IC legs were magnetic. Yeah, sure enough. There's the one bad memory chip. Its legs are sticking to my magnet. That's different. Yeah, magnet on stick. I need to buy this. Actually, it's my free flashlight from Hacko for buying stuff. Got a magnet on the end. Okay, so I've got some RAM that's testing good. That's good. Now, I just realized I've got another set of RAM to test. All right. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this RAM here. These are the original memory modules from computer. And I'm going to go ahead and take 4 of them out and go ahead and put them in computer. And I'm going to put 4 more of the original chips in their place. And we'll give them a test. All right. There's 1, 2, 3, 4. And I think to keep this kind of moving a bit, no, we'll just do that. So we'll replace 4. And if those pass, then I'll move them to computer and we'll put the other 4 in. All right. Good night. We'll see you later. Yeah, check out the stream later. You can see how far I got. I'm trying to focus on putting the original chips in first, just so I can keep some resemblance of its originality. But I know I'm not going to be able to get them all back in because I know I got some that are bad. That's the method to my madness. I'm trying to put the original chips in first. And then from there, I'll probably put I've got these AMD chips that I was given for computer. I'll use those next to backfill what I've lost due to chips going bad. Ooh, 09. All right. So one of those chips is bad. 09. Let's see. That's going to put it at bit position. Ooh. It's going to be 1 and 4. All right, 1, 2, 3, 4. Let me pull those chips. And I'll put 2 more in their place. And wrong paint pen. Oh. Okay, so if these chips act differently, well, let's see what they do. If they act differently, then I may try contact cleaner and put these chips back in. The contacts do look a bit grungy. Because actually, it does seem like contact cleaner might have been the problem on a couple of the chips. Well, I had one that I bent to pin. That was probably the problem on it. I can remember which one it was, I'll go ahead and accept it as tested. Oh, 09. Interesting. Okay. So that was the same. Same 2 bits that failed. So either I. Alright. I want to swap these 2 to the bit positions that were failing. So those were working. And I'm going to put the 2 there and there. So if the failure moves to 06, then I potentially have 4 bad memory chips. If it's still 09, then I'll have to scratch my head because something else is going wrong. Probably I may have a RAM chip that's pulling down the entire bus. But it'd be easy to track it down. I just may have to do one at a time. I may also pull the bank 3 out just to reduce the time. Mike says you're having RAM chip problems on your Apple II. I'm having RAM issues with the Mac Pro 3,1. Ouch, yeah. I have a Mac Pro 1,1 and 02. Oh, okay. That's okay. So 02, that's going to be this bit position here. Let's just try one. Wait a minute. Hold on. No, let me not try a new memory chip. I got three that are under consideration. Okay. So I'm going to contact clean the socket and put that chip back in. Give it one more try. If bit position 2 is still bad, then it's probably the RAM chip. But that at least gave it a chance to make sure it's not the contacts. One of these days I'll get a 4116 DRAM tester. Yeah. Yeah, retro is not easy sometimes, that's for sure. Yeah, isolating 1 gig RAM modules on the riser cards. Yeah. Yeah, on my 1,1, I thought I had a bad memory, but it turns out I had bad memory on the video card. And it would let the Tiger installer get almost completely booted, and then it would kernel panic. It was like, I think it was initializing Metal, and it would kernel panic because Metal expects the VRAM on the card to be working. And it wasn't. But yet, the VRAM was good enough. Oh, well, there we go. I think maybe it was just dirty contacts on that RAM chip. Is that... Interesting. All right, well... So, maybe I'm going to end up contact cleaning all these NEC memory chips, effectively. But yeah, I moved them around and... Alright. So, apparently these 4 are fine. Yeah, I finally got a video card for my 1,1. I got a X1900 XT, so I could, because I want to run Tiger on it. Because I've got enough Intel Macs that can run slightly newer OS versions. But what I thought would be really cool was to have a really fast Tiger machine. Because maybe I just want to be a little different than other people. Yeah, and I'm glad my 1,1 was a local pickup. Not that I have a lot of luck with local pickups around here. And especially local pickups that turn out to be free. But yeah, the person that I got the 1,1 from just wanted to give it a good home. He had actually... He'd listed it for $40, but when I tried to pay him, he's like, nope, I want to give it a good home, so... That was really... And he met me halfway, so that was really cool of him. Although, I think they drove to town to probably do some shopping, so... It wasn't like... I don't think it was entirely out of their way, but... Jesse has a white MacBook with Tiger on it. It's snappy with an SSD. Yes, it is. All right. Let me see here. So I put 4 more of the original RAM chips in, and this time I actually put contact cleaner in the socket before I put the chips in to see if that makes a bit of difference. Because it looks like... It shouldn't surprise me, though, as grody as the old sockets were, that these original NEC chips just needed some contact cleaner. It's not actual deoxid, it's the red stuff. Unfortunately, I'm about out of cans, but I'd bought a whole bunch of these from Amazon for $5 a piece. I think I've gone through them all. Should probably check to see if Amazon and I don't know if it was a pricing mistake on Amazon's part or not. They fulfilled the order. So all I can figure is maybe they had an overstock and just wanted to get their inventory down to a more manageable number of cans. Yeah, they're back up to their regular price. Good night, Trina. And thanks again for the good deal. And we'll, no, I've got good uses for those hard drives at least. Ooh, OE. OE. Now, this might actually be a memory failure because I did contact clean. So, E is going... Oh, that's going to be 3 of the 4 bits. Interesting. All right. Let's pull these out. Let me check the pins. Make sure I didn't bend any. Okay, I didn't bend any. So I'm going to move that chip to bit position 4. That's the one that I believe was working. And I'm going to put 2 known working chips in. And then I'm going to put one of those suspect chips in. And I am going to put a question mark on them. So I can keep track of them. Okay. I'll get the question marks wiped off of those as soon as I was just trying to make sure I didn't bring a thing of Q-tips downstairs earlier that I misplaced before I open a package of Q-tips. And yes, I actually bought the Q-tip brand, so I'm not genericizing. They're actually Q-tips. Oh, no, they're not. Never mind. I forgot. They're Amazon Basics brand cotton swabs. Oh, but there's not the disclaimer on the box that says that they weren't made by or affiliated with the company that makes Q-tips, so something tells me that Q-tips made them for Amazon, because they don't have the disclaimer on the box that says not affiliated. That's why I was thinking they were Q-tips, is because the disclaimer that they sometimes put on to tell you that there's no affiliation is absent from the package. So, yeah, prove me wrong. Kind of like the websites they'll put a notice that they haven't received any takedown notices, for example, at the beginning, or they like put a notice on the bottom of the webpage that says we haven't received any takedown notices this year, and then it just disappears one day because they can't tell you they received one, but they can tell you they haven't received one and then delete the statement. So it's kind of my theory with the box. It doesn't have the statement on it that tells me that it's not affiliated with Q-tips. So does that mean it actually was made by the company that makes Q-tips? All right. Okay, so that chip that I marked as questionable looks like it might actually be a questionable chip. Since I had 3 chips fail at once, I just want to test them in isolation. So that one... Alright, we'll put that in the bag. I'm pretty sure that one was actually bad. It doesn't surprise me that Actually, it's kind of interesting that I had them kind of bunched up, and I'm actually thinking these ones that are, like, potentially marginal, I may not put back in computer. Jesse says, well, that was a thrilling discussion about Q-tips. Yes. Yes, I can have those thought-provoking questions. All right. I think the chips that I've marked question marks on that may be marginal, I am not going to put in Computer's zero page. That way, at least I have reliable zero page memory, even if some of the chips may be marginal and they may start failing later. That's just for my sanity. Because Apple, a lot of computers really like their zero page to be really functional and not like pseudo functional. And I didn't mean that in the make me a sandwich, pseudo make me a sandwich type of meaning. Now look at that. That chip that I marked as questionable actually by itself works. So that actually... Oh, yeah, and I forgot to turn on the sharing. So that actually maybe backs my theory that some of these chips that are bad in a way that actually affects other chips. Which is why I wanted to test the 3 that failed separately. Because it's quite possible that only one of the chips had actually failed and it was taking down its neighbors. Now, these chips that I tested as marginal, I'm going to erase the question mark from them. But I am then going to replace that with a M for marginal. Or like an M for maybe. As opposed to M for Morgan. Oh. Oh, actually, that chip... Well, that's interesting. Okay, that chip appears to... Okay, well... That chip is also bad, apparently. Alright. So now if I put a known good chip in place of that one... That's good. There we go. Got 3 more chips. I'm going to put my M for maybe. There we go. And let's see here. Hopefully. All right, any day now. I may have missed a cycle because I was changing the mark on some chips. And there we go. So it looks like I have RAM. Now, all right. Let's go ahead and move RAM over. Running out of space to do this. All right. Yeah, there's a slight method to my madness. All right. Let me see here. That's an NEC chip. And that's an NEC chip. And those are AMD. Those are Motorola. There's that one. And that one. All right. How many Motorola's do I have here? One. All right. Bear with me for a moment. I'm making some nice, tidy groupings of chips just because I want the board to look nice as well as work nice. So I've got 2 banks on computer of NEC memory that's tested. And I was going to see if I could populate that third bank with either all AMD memory or all Motorola memory. And in order to do that, I am going to swap in a few of the Motorola chips I have that I have not run a memory test on. And there's 2 there. And here's 3 here. put a dot on the ones that have gone through a memory test. And that'll help me keep track of the ones I just put in. And I think this is... And then I got a mystery Motorola chip that I can't really read the marking on, and I think it is a... Oh, it is a 4116. It is just a really scratched up one. Okay. That can go there too. And then that means I need to put an AMD chip in there. All right. Let's give that a try. We'll let that run. And if that passes, I will spare... Well, I'll spare everyone some otherwise non-necessary testing. We'll, I'll probably swipe the... Actually, you know what I'm going to do? While I wait for that memory test to run, I'm going to remove the RAM I put in bank 1 on computer. And I'm just going to go and move it to bank 2. I'm going to put this AMD memory I currently have in bank 1 of this other board. Straight swap, chip for chip, into computer, because it's had the most amount of testing, and I really want the 0 page to be really reliable. So I'm going to use that AMD memory for the 0 page. And then the original NEC RAMs will comprise banks 2 and 3. I think that'll be what I'll do. And I'll move the RAM test card to computer, because we need to make sure computer runs. It is quite possible that when I tried running the dead test on computer, I had some of those really bad RAMs. Because I basically just randomly picked memory because I'd not removed them in any particular order. Ooh, so I got a bad chip in bit position 4. Alright, let me see what one that is. As soon as I get these chips seated so I don't drop them. Alright. So bit position 4 is going to be 2, 3. Oh, the Motorola chip that has a little red dot on it. That's weird. MCM 4116 BP20. Alright, well, I'm going to swap 2 chips. And I'll contact clean. Oh, wait a minute. No. It was that really scratched chip. I pulled the bit position 4 is the really scratched one. So anyways, it should now have moved to bit position 8. Okay. Good thing I caught that. So I'm going to go ahead and question mark it. Okay, if the problem moved to bit position 8, then it probably is that RAM chip. It's really scratched up. So wherever it came from, it's had a hard life. But it wasn't one of the original chips that was in computer. All right. Oh, and you can't see what it's doing. Now you can. All right, while we wait for that, I'm going to go ahead and put the ROMs in computer's board. I am going to put contact cleaner in the sockets when I insert them because some of the ROMs are. Or I'm putting the character ROM back in computer. I'm gonna run the dead test. I'll wait to put the other ROMs in. And all right, I think that pretty much confirms that scratched up chip is bad. So if I remove it and replace it with one of these AMD chips here, it should pass. All right, now that chip just goes in my regular suspect chips bag because that was not one of computer's original chips. I think that Motorola chip came from a lot of Apple II chips that I bought. Which had a ROM X in it. Which maybe someday I'll get the video out about where that ROM X ended up. Alright, so I think these chips are fine, and yeah, let's see, that one's testing fine, and that one's testing fine. And alright, oh. There we go. Alright. I think that confirms that I found all the bad NEC chips. And the bad Motorola chips that came from an eBay purchase. The place where I buy everything I later regret. Or the place where I buy, well, I guess I buy things other places I regret too, but the place where I buy things I later regret. Okay, so I'm going to take this clone board and I'm going to set it to the side, but not too far away. And I'm going to get computer out here. And thanks to a power plug swap, I can just power it with the standard Apple power supply. Makes it much easier to use. All right, so I'm going to take I'm taking the 0-page RAM out of this other clone board because it's the most tested of the RAM. And I'm going to swap it chip for chip into computer. For no real apparent reason. Only because it seems to make some sense. And then I'll put the ROM cartridge, or the ROM slot, the ROM card in the slot, and we'll power up computer, and we'll see if it actually runs the RAM test. Hopefully it doesn't just crash. If it crashes, that might mean there's a logic chip bad. If it starts to run, maybe computer's fixed. Because remember, when I put RAM in computer Thursday, I just took NEC RAM chips, and I inevitably would have had. There's a very good chance that I had at least one, if not both, of the NEC RAM chips that was causing problems in other banks in the board. So, all right, fingers crossed. There we go. 3, 2, 1. Good night, Callan. And ooh, that looks promising. Don't want to totally jinx it. All right. In the meantime, while this runs, I'm going to put this clone board's original memory back in. For no other reason than at least I'll remember what memory came with it. Also, I do know it's good because I used this other clone board to test the ROM cartridge concept. The ROM card concept. I'd like to kind of clone the ROM card in as much as the part of the card you would need to just put a single ROM in to run the dead test, and for it to run if you put it in the Apple II. I would like to do that. And if I do pull it off, I'm sure I'll find some convenient web store to actually resell it at. Wow. Yeah, this is. I bet I had some bad NEC RAM. That might have been. Well, there we go. There we go. So I have. Yeah. So of the original NEC memory modules, I think I have, let's see, one. I've got one in the clone board. Yeah, I think I had like 6 of them fail in total. Because I think one was missing because it might have had a language card in it at some point. But yeah, this is good. This means if I put computer's ROMs back in, then we might actually be going somewhere. Yes, computer has some really pretty ROM chips. Now look at that. That is cool. All right. Speaking of those really pretty ROM chips, oh, if I can get them to go in. The gold pins are just like a little bit tarnished. I wish I had some of the deoxit gold, because that's probably what I would really like to use on these pins, but, well, contact cleaners. Some contact cleaner is better than nothing. Okay, the one that's got the little handwritten label on it, I've got the original chip with the original label on it. I just have to transfer it over. There we go. Computer! Look at that. We have a computer. Yes, we have computer. I did it. Computer works. All it took was replacing all of these chips. And replacing all of the IC sockets. Yes, chips and sockets. Chips and sockets. And I'm sure the ultrasonic cleaning of the board didn't hurt. But we have computer. So now if I go get computer's case, unfortunately I don't have a power supply for computer. Long story, because I put the replacement power connector on computer. Now I got to get an Apple power supply for its very own. And we'll just have to borrow this Apple II power supply for a temporary amount of time. But that's great. And I was able to put some original RAM back in. And yeah. Ah, this was mission possible. Dun 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 dun. All right, let me go grab computer's case. Let's do something here that I've been meaning to do. So we can say computer is, hey, Jesse, super sticker. Yeep. Thank you, Jesse. Yeah. Francois was supposed to sleep. All right, let's do something about this ROM here. Because quite honestly, I gotta get an Apple power supply or connector or something so I can put a replacement power supply in computer. Because right now, it's got the wrong connector on it. But I haven't had a chance to remove the label off of the original ROM chip. Let's see if we can't very carefully get that label off of the ROM chip. Gupom says, I hope there's going to be some Oregon Trail tonight. Well, I'll find a way to see if we can't get that to work. Let's get this ROM chip settled. Because I'd like to... The thing is, the bad chip bag has been waiting for this ROM for months. So I think it's only appropriate that we give the bad chip bag the last bad chip. All right, so I'm going to use some hot air to try to get that label off. I'm going to set the temperature to like, I don't know, 150 degrees C. See if maybe if I heat the label up, maybe it'll just come right off the chip. Probably means the chip is going to be there we go. All right, so I got a corner up. Let me grab my tweezers. And let's see if we can't maybe peel. Carefully peel. All right. Well, I don't think the label's gonna. Oh wait, maybe the label is. There we go. There we go. I got the label off. I think it's relatively intact. There we go. There's the bad ROM chip. There's the reason why it's the bad ROM chip. There's the place where I ground it down with a Dremel to get a leg soldered onto it enough to read it out. But it wasn't a long-term solution. So anyways, there we go. The bad chip bag has all of Computer's bad chips in it. Not that I'll probably forget what's in the bag. Okay, so now that I've got the sticker off, relatively, I mean, I think the corner did deform a little bit, but, well, I think it'll be okay enough. I tried to get it off as carefully as I could. The important thing is we'll have a label, and it will look right enough. Yeah, it's a battle scar. Exactly. It's just a little battle scar. Oh, there we go. Why isn't the tape dispenser cutting the tape? Because it's double-sided tape and it had a protective layer on it. So I'm going to take the label. I'm going to stick tape to the back of it. Double-sided tape. And then let me see if I've got something that... Oh, hey, Joe. Joe heard the clone just got fixed. Yeah, we have a computer prompt. computer actually said computer of its own power. So I'm taking the Post-it note label off and putting the original label back on. Or attempting to, at least. And then I was very carefully going to score the edge of the tape there and there. There we go. Perfect. And now not only is computer fixed, but now the label is back on the ROM. So, other than the little battle scar of me getting it off, but it looks like the other ROM's labels aren't perfect either, so yeah. With expansion cards in the computer, are you necessarily going to see the fact that I kind of boogered up the corner of that label because some of the other labels aren't perfect either? So there we go. I consider that a success. It only took all these chips getting replaced, plus all the sockets. And, well, I guess technically the power supply, because I don't know if I can trust the original power supply or not. And given how much I spent on replacement chips for this computer, I'm not even going to try it. I don't care how much it convinces me. Yeah, that's a whole lot of chips. You're right, Jamie. That's a lot of chips. In fact, let's actually count the number of chips. Now, this includes not only original chips that I ended up replacing because they were bad, and a few of them I proactively replaced because I thought they were counterfeit. This also includes any chips that I replaced that then subsequently failed. I think there were a few in that category, but we have 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Wait, I just got my two piles mixed up. All right, let me zoom out so that you all can keep me honest here. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, 11, 12, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54. 54 ICs replaced. And there's more that have already gone in the trash. All of the IC sockets replaced. 54 chips replaced. That's the collateral damage count right now. Yeah. Jamie says, Grandpa's axe for sure. 4 new handles, 2 new heads. Yeah. I don't know how many chips are in total on an Apple II computer, but yeah, that's quite a high number. Gutbum says, this is a ship of Theseus situation. Yes. But the important thing is, the logic board is the original logic board. I did not have to replace it. I did mess up back here. Well, the marker's kind of fat. Jay was here. Well, I guess we will, well, I'll date the board, then find a spot. And then 24, 24, all new sockets. There we go. If anyone ever pulls the board out, there's the date and the admission that I was there, right where the bodge wires had to go. So let me go get the case, and we'll go ahead and put computer back in the case, and we'll go from there. So let me go grab that. Now, okay, so put the, oh, that's right. Speaker wire runs under the motherboard. And let's see here. Oh, hold a minute. Just realized I've got some hardware to. got some hardware to reinstall on the motherboard. Because I don't like the fact that there's like some spots of the board where there's nothing supporting the board. So let me... Alright, so I have some standoffs that are the same ones that I put on the case, except I've cut the bottom part off so that they'll provide some support where there's no place on this case where the standoff can like go through the... let's see here. That one goes there. And I think I've got like one more. Oh, actually. Oh, please. And let's see here. Had a random... Oh! Thank you, Jamie. Had a super chat there. $5.54 in honor of 54 chips. So thank you. That will help soften the blow a little bit. All right. I think I have another standoff here somewhere. See, those are... Actually, I should yeah, I think it's that one right there. Oh. Oh, that's right. I gotta find the standoffs I used. Oh, that could be an adventure. Where did I do with those? What did I do with this standoff? Well, okay, I'll use the broken one for now until I can remember where I put the standoffs. So basically, I bought some standoffs that were the right height. And where there's a hole on the motherboard, but not a spot on the case pan to put a standoff through, I've got one of these standoffs cut off on the bottom so that there's at least still something to support the board. So there we go. Now I can put the speaker back on. I don't remember which two wires it goes on. Well, one of those, the speaker won't work. All right, now I've replaced the power connector, so I can't use the original power connector anymore. So let me go ahead and remove this Deku Nukem power supply. And then we'll just use the Apple II one I've been using. We'll use it for the rest of the night. I recapped it last night. I don't think it really needed recapping, but there were a couple capacitors that were out of spec high. And I have heard that electrolytic capacitors that when they age before they fail, they can actually gain capacitance. And that could be a sign that they're failing. I don't think the power supply was in imminent need of a recapping, but it probably would have eventually. Besides, there were 2 REFA caps in it, so the more important thing is the 2 little small REFA caps, although usually not involved in the smoke show production, at least they're out of the power supply, so that was probably the more pressing need to recap it. Anyways, this is the power supply that was in my Apple IIe Platinum. This board did not have an Apple power connector on it originally. I realized it had the pads to take either type, so I swiped one from a defenseless Apple II Plus. Alright, so I got the power supply. We'll temporarily use this one. Let's get the keyboard plugged in, and we'll type a sample program, and then if that works, then alright, luckily I marked which side of this keyboard connector is pin 1, because it was otherwise very poorly marked. Oh. Alright, so I've got the video, I've got the power supply, I've got the board in, keyboard's plugged in. Alright. Well, that's a problem. Alright, let's unplug the keyboard. Oh, I think the cable for the keyboard is coming apart. That could be a problem. Alright, let's try it without the keyboard. Okay. It says keyboard encoder. Well, I saw that the ribbon cable was coming unsandwiched, so let me plug the keyboard cable back in. Maybe I just didn't get it in. Alright, let's try that. Well, that's... I'm thinking Joe might be right, which would be chip number 55. Actually, that could be really difficult, because I don't know if these keyboards use the same encoder as the rest of the Apple IIs. Well, looks like we're going to have to take the keyboard off to see what the encoder might be. Yeah, I see the encoder. Do I have a... No, I do not have another Apple II keyboard handy to just plug in. Bummer. Alright, let's see what the keyboard encoder is. It is socketed, so there's at least that. And if it looks like it's the same encoder that the Apple IIs use, then I do have a spare keyboard encoder from a little web store called jcm-1.com for all your 8-bit computer needs. And Blue Scuzzy. And thingamajigs. And twirly bobs and all that other fun stuff. Jamie says whisker doodles. Yeah. All right. All right. So that it. There we go. Got the 6 screws out. I think one is silver because it was missing when I got it. So we have the keyboard out. And it is a Toshiba keyboard encoder. It's a TMP8048P, which I guess the most logical thing to do before we fear for the absolute worst is probably go and remove it and deoxit the socket, because the keyboard would have been stored in the same conditions as computer. The pins on the keyboard controller look decent. There is some dust. Ooh, a lot of dust. Deoxit that socket. I have no idea if this is anywhere close to the same keyboard controller a regular Apple II uses. There we go. I have taken the IC out. I have deoxited it. And I guess we will attempt to plug it in again. All right. All right, I do not want to set this down on anything because, well, I would short contacts between the PCB and whatever I set it on, and that would be bad. So I'm just going to hold this up, and I got it plugged in, and well, that's interesting. It Hey Dave, welcome. Well, that's weird. So it starts to type stuff when you turn it on. But then I hit enter and that's weird. there was control reset. 10, print. I'm not exactly sure it's the keyboard encoder unless it's when it's cold. I mean, I could. I mean, the keyboard encoder is definitely slightly warm now. If I turn it off and then back on again really quick. That is like really weird. Like really, really weird. It's actually, if you'll remember, when I was having trouble with it, it's like it was doing that with the keyboard unplugged previously, but now it's doing it with the keyboard plugged in. And I don't know what that's all about. I mean, there is a crystal on this board and an electrolytic capacitor. The electrolytic capacitor honestly doesn't look like a very high quality brand. Let me see if I can tell what brand it is without yanking the cable out. It's a blue capacitor, 1 microfarad, 16 volt. No brand name. Yeah, the keyboard works after it does that weird stuff on boot up. Is that like... I'm almost wondering if I need to like... There is something weird on the board. I'm thinking some of that might be flux, but... So yeah, it does weird stuff, and then it works. I bent this capacitor up because I was trying to look for a brand name. I don't see a brand name on it. I don't see any damage on the PCB. Wait a minute, it's doing weird stuff again, and all I did was flip the keyboard upside down. It's doing weird stuff again. Let me try something, but I need to find an insulator first. Alright. Let's use this so I can set the keyboard down. Okay, so I'm going to turn the computer off. I am going to hold the ribbon cable down on the motherboard because the connector's broken. That's not it. Joe's like, clean cable sockets, ensure IDC connectors are well pressed onto the cable. No. That... I think the cable's coming apart. That might be the problem. That's going to be a problem to fix. Well, I've contact cleaned the one side that goes to the motherboard side. If you don't have the bits to make a new cable, let me know, because I do. Yeah, I'm probably going to need you to make me a new cable, Joe. because I think the cable's coming apart on the one side, and I don't have a way to fix it. So yeah, I'm probably going to need a new cable. Because I'm thinking that might be the problem. It's just not. Okay, so if I power this up, I'm going to set the keyboard down. Okay. Either that or I got or I got a problem with the 555 timer. No, that doesn't make any sense. I'm actually tempted to pull out the. Oh, I got some loose chips. Maybe inserting the board flex the chip out of the way, maybe? Alright. I mean, I guess a bad cable could do that, but keyboard encoder in that is a generic mask-programmed 8048 microcontroller that's been purposed for the task Learning with Joe. Yes. I'm not sure it's the keyboard encoder, because it... Could this electrolytic capacitor cause something like that? If you press keys and they work, the encoder's fine. Turn the machine off, unplug the keyboard, turn it back on. No, it does not do the same weird thing. And all the keys work. I guess... Well, I guess that probably says it's the cable then. Trying to think. No, I don't have another one of these cables. Yep. Yeah, I think I'm with you, Joe. I think it's the cable. The only thing that makes sense given the symptoms. That means we can't play Oregon Trail. Because the keyboard's just going to act up. Bummer. Alright, well, I'll have to get I'll get with Joe later and we'll have Joe make me a new keyboard cable, because I think that's probably the fix. Which I guess is good. That means the keyboard encoder is not the problem, because... Oh, good night, Joe. Because Joe's replacement keyboard encoder would not fix this keyboard. I would have to figure out what the mapping is for that keyboard and come up with a different keyboard encoder. Yeah, Joe says I would need to make you a completely custom encoder. But yeah, it looks like it's probably the cable, not the encoder. So where have we ended up? We have the motherboard fixed. I've got 48K of good RAM in it. Yeah, don't forget to smash that like button. Got the label back on the replacement ROM, so the ROMs look original. And figured out the weird problem I was having with the keyboard earlier probably was the keyboard. Just wouldn't have known it with all the other bad ICs that I had. So, yeah. I guess that's where I'm gonna have to leave off with the computer for tonight. Although, I guess while I've got Apple II stuff on the bench, all right. While I got Apple II stuff on the bench, I'm going to hold please, will I set stuff aside in a way to... Did you try the keyboard on the other clone motherboard? I have not, but I could. Although, and the reason why I hadn't tried it on the other clone motherboard is because up until last week, when I soldered a new crystal on the clone motherboard had no crystal on it for me to be able to use it to see if the keyboard would have worked on it. So, I guess let's give that a try here, but I think we're going to find... Alright, well, at least it does feel good to have Computer's motherboard on the tray again. Alright. Because I was going to bring the other clone motherboard out to maybe finish testing these DRAMs. Just so I could at least know which of these 4116s are good and which aren't. Oh, that's the problem. I don't have basic ROMs for this other board. That's the other reason I haven't tried a keyboard on it. I don't have any ROMs for it. I need to make a set of ROMs, which means I need to erase a set of... I need to erase ROMs so I can create ROMs. Oh. Anyways, this is the other clone board. I have its original RAM in Bank 1. And I got 9 AMD chips that I would like to... Well, actually, I'm pretty sure they work. Fortunately, I don't have any... I don't think I have any... Oh, wait, I do have some 2716s erased. The question is, do I have a... I was kind of wanting to use a matching set of them. 5. Here we go. I've got enough to make a matching set. All right. So while I let this run, I'm going to program some ROMs. All right. So let me open the programmer. All right. So let me see. This programmer does support 2716s. These are AMD 2716s. And so what am I going to program in terms of ROMs? Well, given the fact that I just need to burn a set really quickly, I'm going to burn a set of computers ROMs for this board. Three, four, five, six. There we go. Okay, so let's go ahead and start the process. So when I burn ROMs for these computers, I always actually do it multiple times. See if I can find the. So I guess we'll start with the D0 ROM. Okay. Let me start to populate the ROMs. All right, so I got a D0, and I'm going to verify it. Okay, so I programmed it. All right, the internet is just going to break, probably. And there's nothing I can do about it. At least not right away. All right, load. Browse. We get computer ROM 2 D8. All right. And we'll verify. Okay, there we go. All right, next one, E0. Yeah, this is going to be All right. Verify. It should be an E0. Yep. All right. So we got an E0. All right. I'm doing these in order just because it helps make sure I get them. And I'm trying to come up with something in the back of my mind to modify the F8 ROM with. All right. E8. All right. Now we got an E8. All right. And F0. F0. Oh, that did not insert right. Hold please while I fix that before I forget to fix it. And up comes a bigger problem. I got like 3 of the pins not in the socket. Or I misplaced my lead former. Solved half those problems I had with that chip. Oh, oh, there's one of them. These are chips that they were pulled from stuff and I erased them. So some of them, the leads are just not that great on. There we go. I think it's actually inserting now. There we go. All right. And now the F8 ROM. I think I forgot which ROM the banner's in. I don't think it's actually in the F8 ROM. Okay. Well, I guess to start with, I guess this is my backup computer board. Okay, there we go. That is a set of ROMs identical to computer. And there we go. It's got worse video than computer, but that's something. All right. So now the question on the table, almost quite literally the question on the table, was, does this keyboard do the same weird things plugged into this clone board? And no. That was me hitting the A more than once. Capcom says jiggle the cable a little bit. I am jiggling the cable and it's not doing weird things. I'm not sure it's the cable. Well, maybe there's something wrong with the. Okay, now that would just be really weird if I managed to put, like, the one bad socket where the keyboard goes on computer. But, yeah, it's not the cable. I'm like, I'm like full jiggling everything. Murphy being sneaky again, yeah. So, seemingly not, well, yeah, not the keyboard. And I've got computer snapped in, so it's of course going to be really hard to inspect the socket on the other side. Hmm. Well, I guess the one thing that would make sense. Now, granted, I didn't plug the speaker in because the speaker's running under the motherboard and computer, which makes it harder to just yoink it. Okay. So here's computer again. Plug it in, and I'm just going to make sure that the problem should come back immediately. I guess it's possible this. All right, so. And it's back immediately. So. I'm wondering if there's like another bad chip on computer. That would, of course, be the logical. All right. Let me make sure there's no loose chips. Some of them are kind of. I don't think any of them are loose enough that it should be causing a problem of that magnitude. Okay, some of those were a little bit loose, but I don't think they were loose enough that it should have been causing a problem. I will put the keyboard back on to see. That's not okay. Okay, let me pull out the Apple II book I usually use. Apple II Plus, Apple IIe Troubleshooting and Repair Guide. And keyboard problems, page 99. It's probably close enough that it'll at least give me what chips are involved in the keyboard. All right, keyboard problems. Bad key action. There's a 74LS 138 at F13. Does that board chip exist on this clone? Yes, it does. All right, we will test it. I don't know. I'm just going to quickly test the chips that are involved in the keyboard circuit. All right, 74 138. All right, well, that one is seemingly working, and I didn't bend any pins. I'll put some deoxide in its socket, and although the Apple II Plus troubleshooting says that would be if there was no keyboard signal. So, all right, good night, Jamie. Let's see here. Add key action. Prints wrong characters. Not sure that's it. Let me scroll down to the unwanted repeat. So if there's an unwanted repeat, there's a 74LS02 at A12. Does that exist on this computer? Yes, it does. And I think that's actually one of the chips I recently replaced. Well, that could be suspect 7402. All right, well, that's... All right, well, that chip tested fine, so I'll contact clean and put it back in. All right. So let me see here. 74LS74 at B10. Does that chip exist on this? So yes, it does. And all right, we'll test that one. All right, well, that tested fine. We'll contact clean and okay, and the last chip it said was 74LS04 at C11. LS04. Oh, it's an NTE chip. Interesting. I think someone's replaced that chip before because it's an NTE. But it wasn't me because it's like a vintage NTE chip. All right, well, maybe it just wasn't making good contact. All right. And again, maybe NTE actually made chips back then that weren't like intended for replacements. Okay, it wasn't any of those chips. All right, let me go back to the previous section and because I skipped a bunch of chips because they were probably not it. Let me check them. Prints wrong characters. Okay, characters not generated properly. Okay, it's not the... I don't think it's the 2513 ROM. Pretty sure the ROM's fine. Character data blocked. There was a 74166 at A3. Doubt that's it because the characters are appearing correctly on screen otherwise. Okay. And it's possible maybe this board's just more sensitive to a flaky keyboard cable. Okay, so there's 74 LS257s at B6 and B6 and B7. Yeah, there's one. Okay, that one's fine. And I'll go and test the other one. Because then I'll contact clean both sockets. And this is more just so that if the contacts are dirty, then. Because even though I ultrasonically cleaned the board with the chips in, I guess if the corrosion was like further down the chip leg, then ultrasonic cleaner might have not been able to get to it. And there's a 74 LS 174 at B5. And a notification, which I will. Oh, thank you, Dave. $10 super chat for the keyboard cable fund. Thank you. Yeep. Because, yeah, I'm probably just going to have to give that a try. Let's see here. And there's another 174 here at B8. And if that's not it, then I guess I will have to try a keyboard cable, because at that point, yeah, I think that's all the chips that are involved in the keyboard circuit. Unless I plug the keyboard in and run a memory test. That would be weird. Okay, well, that. How's computer? Well, if I plug the keyboard in, it misbehaves, but if I plug the keyboard into my other clone board, it doesn't do the same thing. So I'm like trying to see if there's a bad chip on computer still. I'm wondering if this board is just more sensitive to noise on the keyboard cable, because the cable is kind of starting to fall apart. I'm gonna try something. I'm gonna put the ROM card back in. I'm gonna plug the keyboard in. The ROM the ROM card, or the ROM that's in there, shouldn't care about the keyboard. But I guess if maybe, just want to make sure there's not like a something else causing it. Maybe plugging the keyboard in adds enough load to the bus. Joe thinks it's the keyboard cable, but he left before I tried the keyboard on the other clone board, but it's probably the cable. I mean, it quite possibly is the cable. I mean, my other clone board, the video signal's noisy, really noisy. I don't know why that would make it less susceptible to a failing keyboard connection, but I mean, I guess it's also possible that I guess I could check the solder connection on the back of the socket on computer, but that I won't do that tonight because it's kind of, oh yeah, it's getting late. I could have missed a solder joint on the keyboard, the IC socket for the keyboard connection. Maybe that's why computer doesn't like the keyboard. Yeah, I guess I could check it if this passes. Check it real quick. Um, that went by so fast. Something tells me that the computer's acting like the key is stuck on the keyboard. I don't think any memory failed, but yeah, it's acting like there's a key on repeat because I think that screen does say that you can press a key to continue. It auto continues after a couple seconds, but yeah, it's acting like the keyboard's stuck. All right, I guess for one last check, let me just double check that there's not a bad solder joint on the keyboard. The IC socket serving the keyboard. I mean, as many solder points as I had to replace, it wouldn't surprise me if I missed one, but I mean, that would definitely be Murphy's Law that the one that I missed would be like one of the last that I would check by means of not plugging the keyboard in right away. That would certainly be par for the course. All right. All right. So I'm just going to check the keyboard IC socket, which is going to be this one here. And just like all the other sockets, I did replace it. So it's going to be that one there. And well, by golly, one of those. Well, I think they're all soldered. I think it's just a reflectivity difference. It sure looked like there was something I didn't solder, so let's pull out the microscope. Maybe I did miss a solder joint. Alright, so I think that's the one row. Because that's the ROM socket, so this is the keyboard socket. Okay, all those look good. Okay, well, the one on the end's maybe just a bit overdone, but those all look soldered. I think that's just solder mask abraded. That second one, there's what I thought wasn't soldered, but there's definitely a solder joint there. It's just a bit maybe less solder than the rest, but that should be. Yeah, there's definitely a solder joint there. Okay. It does not appear as if I Yeah, I don't think I missed. Alright, I do not believe I missed a solder joint. That is not probably not the cause. Let me just check the socket. I mean, it's possible that maybe that cable's not able to seat down far enough in that socket, maybe? I just used a standard socket, that's all I had. I did put the notch on the... Oh, no, I definitely put the notch on the right side. Okay. Well, that's... Alright, that's where we're going to leave off. Basically what I did is I checked all the chips responsible for key entry on computer. They all test fine. I'm going to go back to my initial suspicion and Joe's thought that it was the cable. I'll get a new cable for it because I guess maybe there's something about this board that's more susceptible to a cable that's falling apart than the other one. Either that or these legs are not making full contact in the socket. I just used a standard socket because that's all I had. The original one there would have had a I mean, it looked almost like a standard socket, but I think it was like slightly different. I'm just trying to... You know, that would be about the only thing I could think of, is that there's a lip on these sockets that's... I don't know, maybe I might... Yeah, the keyboard sockets on them are kind of weird. And you can't really get them, but the thing is, all the sockets on computer were corroded. I was going to have to replace it anyways. Okay, I guess what I'm going to have to do is I'm going to have to see if I have any sockets that are like... Because this socket... I see a potential problem. It's not really one I can necessarily fix tonight. But the socket that I used for the keyboard has a lip on it. I think Dave might have run into something like this on one of his Macs. Seemingly, this is seeming familiar. Alright, anyways, this socket has a lip on it, which is preventing the keyboard cable from plugging down as far as it might need to. So I'm wondering if it's not making good contact. Yeah, Cupump says the Rominator on the Plus. Now, here's the other clone board. And there's its keyboard socket. If you'll note, it doesn't really have a lip. I think it's more evident if I go that angle. So there's the socket. There's not a lip. I think on this one there is a lip. It's subtle, but I think it's there. Yeah. Yep. I think that's my problem right there. The problem is the metal contacts extend up. I don't know if I can just simply trim it because the metal contacts are actually coming all the way up to the top of the lip. I mean, I guess I could try trimming it, but I'm going to have to make sure I don't get metal pieces where I don't want them. But yeah, midnight is not the time where I'm going to try to trim that. Anyways, yeah, I guess that's where we're going to end up. So the motherboard works. With working memory and new sockets. The only thing that's not working is the keyboard. And I guess I need to we'll do some troubleshooting. Oh no, maybe at the beginning of Thursday's stream, maybe we'll take a look at the keyboard socket on this board real quick before we go on to the main event, which is I'm going to get industrial. Single board computers, that is. So you won't want to miss that fun, so make sure you subscribe and turn on notifications. Yeah, great progress on computer. Gutbomb says, I'm almost there. Yes. So, yeah, don't forget to subscribe and turn on notifications. I think we probably will do a little, maybe one last try to fix the computer, at least trim the socket. That'll at least try to prove out that's the problem. So, yeah, subscribe and turn on notifications so you'll know when I go live with, on Thursday. We'll look at single board computers. I've got a new old stock case from eBay, the place where I buy the things I later regret. I have a new backplane from Mouser, as in like a brand new backplane from Mouser. And I have some single board computers that all came from eBay naturally, some of which you've seen on the channel before. And we'll see if I can't put something together that is a suitable combination of parts for gaming. That'll be Thursday. And then next week, I'll have to see where we go from there. Anyways, I'm glad everyone joined me for the Success with Computer. Just solder the keyboard in, not actual advice. Yeah, funny. So anyways, yeah. I think with that, it's been a great stream. Thanks for the super chats and super stickers. And I actually might be nearing the payout threshold on YouTube, which means I probably should update my tax information to make sure it's there. Note to self. Although I think I still have to wait. But anyways, one step closer. So yeah, thanks for the super chats and super stickers. And let's see here. Yep, don't forget to tune in Thursday. We'll have more fun. I always try to keep a variety of topics. So we'll look at the single board computers. And with that, I hope you have a great rest of your evening. Thanks for joining me. Take care and God bless. Computerized Start is brought to you by my awesome patrons on Patreon and by your tips and memberships on Ko-fi. These and other channel supporters make my live streams possible. You too can become a channel supporter with tiers starting at just $1. Don't forget to smash that like button. And if you've liked what you've seen, subscribe and turn on notifications so that you don't miss the next video or live stream. And as always, thank you for all your support. I hope to see you next time. And until then, take care.